Hello and welcome to live international football from Windsor Park in Belfast as Northern Ireland take on Croatia in round one of the Euro 2025 playoffs. This tie is delicately poised after it finished 1-1 on Friday. Cara Hamilton will be playing a part in our coverage throughout this evening. Cara, how big is that 92nd minute goal in terms of how you prepare for this one?
Huge. I think, it totally transforms the tie. I think it'll change massively how Croatia approach this and possibly how Northern Ireland approach this as well. Big confidence booster. It's a blow to Croatia to lose a goal late. They're maybe having to pick themselves up a little bit, feeling that they had the tie within their hands. And now it's a massive confidence booster for Northern Ireland.
Casey Howe's in, Jolie Andrews in. What will they bring?
I think you saw from the other night what Casey can bring, a lot of energy, a lot of pace, dynamism, 1v1 ability, and not afraid to take players on. And Jolie, we've seen, is disappointed not to have her in the first game. I think she's played a massive part in this squad under Tanya so far. She clearly really trusts her and really rates her. So, she'll slot in, do what she does, try and get forward, break lines with passes, and support the attack going forward.
What do you expect from Croatia?
I'm actually intrigued to see what they do. I think possibly they'll start the game the way they finished it the other night, trying to maybe press us a little bit more and try and get pressure on early on. But I think that'll suit us a little bit more if they come out at us. I think we'll get a little bit more success in playing through the lines.
A lot of soundings, if you like, from the squad about the facilities in Croatia and maybe the way they were treated by the Croatian FA. Will that create a degree of a siege mentality, a chip on their shoulder?
I think this group focuses on themselves and what they can control, and ultimately, look, we've had to face a lot over the years, so it's not anything new to us. And I think Tanya very much has created a resilience within this group, and that it's all about us, and we just dig in and kind of get on with it.
Give us a prediction.
I think I'm going to go 2-0 Northern Ireland. I'm hoping that Simone on her first night as captain in front of the fans bags a goal.
Plenty more from Cara throughout this evening. Before the game, I caught up with Northern Ireland boss Tanya Oxtoby. Tanya, how do you approach this game, halfway stage?
Look, we're at home. We want to start in an aggressive fashion, but we want to be smart about it as well. So we want to go out and assert ourselves on the game. We want to make sure that we continue to develop and play our style of football. That's really important to us. But obviously, read the moments and the momentum shifts as well.
How different a game do you feel it's going to be than the one on Friday?
Look, I think we've been in this position before, the Montenegro kind of double header, if you like, and the two games are really different. So we're not, like resting on our laurels thinking that they're going to be carbon copies of each other. We know that, both teams have to win, so there might be tweaks and changes to the way that, maybe Croatia come out, but we're ready for that. So from our point of view, it's about us and how we want to play.
How have you adapted your own lineup?
Look, we've got a forced change. Obviously, Dougie comes out with a head injury, so that's a shame. We've got sort of a bit of a reshuffle going on, but we feel it's going to give us a good attacking, impetus with Casey Howe starting and Jolie Andrews coming in as well.
The comments you've made about what happened out there have been well documented over the last 2 or 3 days. Have you tried to feed into that mindset-wise with the players?
Not really. We've spoken all week about us controlling the things we can, and like from our point of view, it's about our performance and making sure that we're focused on ourselves. So, whilst it's been publicly kind of, it's well documented publicly, from our point of view, it's just about business and making sure we get the job done.
Win tonight and you're through. How big an achievement would that be to be potentially 180 minutes away from another major tournament.
Yeah, look, we've had a bit of a slogan, this camp about not resting in the middle, rest at the end, and we feel like we're right at the tipping point of that. So, one last push tonight, make sure that we get ourselves into the next round, and to do it in front of our home fans, we can't wait.
Thank you.
No worries, thank you.
Kick-off at 7 o'clock here at Windsor Park in Belfast. Potentially a big night in store for this group. Second leg of this round one Euro 2025 playoff. It looks like it's going to be Norway for the winners. One of the strongest sides in European competition over the last generation. Potentially a big night for Tanya Oxtoby. Her biggest match since he took charge. Given the rewards. Northern Ireland players already in the tunnel. They know a positive result tonight would put them just 2 games away from another major tournament. There are some of the young supporters inside the ground, eagerly anticipating the teams, hopeful that there will be goals tonight at Windsor Park. Just a reminder, this game does go to extra time and penalties should they be needed at the end of the 90. The sprinklers are on, the fans await, the players in the tunnel, and they'll be making their way onto the pitch very soon. That 92nd minute equaliser, the own goal, changing the complexion of this fixture. Many of those supporters will have been watching the game in Croatia, hoping to bring a positive result back to Belfast. Northern Ireland seated 12 places above tonight's opponents in the world rankings. On paper the stronger side, but in playoffs like this that rarely matters. Here they come. Croatia and Northern Ireland, seconds away from making their way onto the pitch here. A few last minute words from their backroom team. All to play for in this playoff game. 7 spots left in Switzerland this summer. 28 teams battling it out for those places. Can Northern Ireland put themselves in a position where they're in the mix going into the final round of playoffs? That is the aim. That's what those supporters are hoping for. Right now at Windsor Park, we pause for the anthems. All smiles from those players and those fans. Let's look at the two lineups. Two changes for the home side. Rachel Dugdale is out completely after her late injury on Friday. Teenager Kerry Halliday also drops out of the starting lineup. In comes Jolie Andrews, who wasn't involved at all in the squad in Croatia, and Casey Howe, who made that big impact off the bench. Simone McGill will captain the side. Just one change for Croatia, with Klarnic, who played Champions League football this year, coming in to the midfield area. Lojina scored at both ends on Friday. Rudelic and Hosak have 40 international goals between them. Match referee is from Sweden. The VAR team are Danish. Simone McGill, now the permanent captain of this squad, handed over the armband on Friday to Laura Rafferty, who is winning her 50th cap, as is a tradition. But she's been speaking this week about the fact that it's been a lifelong ambition for her, has played a massive part in this squad since she was very young. Now is the leader of the group. And for Croatia, Bakic, the experienced goalkeeper, with the armband. Karen Hamilton alongside me. Is this the type of game when you're an injured player, and the moment when you're an injured player you absolutely hate, because for the first time ever you look nervous? Yeah, I mean, in ways I would love the tie to be dead and buried and wrapped up and we could enjoy this evening, but there's something about bringing a tie that's in the balance back to home and having something to play for and really needing to go for it in front of your fans. It just creates such a more exciting environment for everybody involved, but I hope that they embrace that tonight, and it doesn't add any more nerves, because I think watching the game the other night there was a relaxed element to the team, and I think they need to bring that into tonight and know that they have full confidence in each other, and that if they execute the game plan the way that they should beat this team. Is that going to be more difficult at home, though? I don't think that it is. I think there's enough experience within this group that regardless of where they're playing, what the conditions are, that now we trust each other and trust the game plan, trust the process, and you know, just go out and execute. What excites you about this Northern Ireland lineup? I think just how fluid and flexible that we can be. Players that can play slightly different positions, roles that maybe you don't expect. You look at Lauren Wade tonight, you know, playing maybe a slightly deeper role, and I think now as the squad develops, there's youngsters that are starting to come in, and you just see a real fluidity within the squad. The fact that Jolie Andrews is straight back in again, does that give you an idea about her importance to the squad? Yeah, totally, and just gives you an idea of how much Tanya trusts a player like Jolie, even at such a young age. She's proven herself over the last year under Tanya, and you know, is playing regularly really well for Hearts, playing so well, assisting, scoring, and I think she rightly deserves her place tonight. And that's the thing with international football, is that you have a very short space of time to prepare and to be with the group, so it's all about, you know, what you've done previously under the manager, and also how well you're performing at club level. How important is a start? The first 10 minutes, you know, you talk about the banks within a game, that Northern Ireland start in the front foot because it was an awful start out there, let's be honest. Yeah, well, exactly. You know, you alluded to it there, the other night it totally changes both teams' approach to the game. Maybe not as much Northern Ireland's the other night, but certainly Croatia's. That was the dream start for them, and they probably then just shut down and tried to frustrate Northern Ireland. So like I said pre-game, I'm really interested to see how they approach the start of this one, knowing that they now have to maybe come after it a little bit more. Give us a little bit of insider information. When you play the two legs, is Tanya one of these managers who's meticulous in terms of the way she analyses a game? Does she go through it bit by bit, or does she take a holistic approach over it? Breaking it down after the game, it is more, yes, it's detailed, absolutely, but I think
we're so well drilled now, and the players are so in touch with the things that we want to do, that they know themselves what we could have done better. They'll all sit and watch the game back themselves, usually the day after, even on the flight back. And even from that, they'll be able to pick out little bits, go to members of the technical team and say, what should I have done better here? And they'll do their own analysis. And then as a group, there are general themes that we'll kind of pick out. But I think that's something that we've really added now, is a better game understanding.
First corner kick of the game, and it's for Northern Ireland. A positive start for Tanya Oxtoby's side. 4 players lingering around the back post. Who's going to get the touch? Evaded a couple. Follow-up effort from Casey Howe, fizzed over the top. That's what she brings. That
is not short of confidence at all. She will shoot on sight. Casey Howe, left or right foot. But yeah, it's a good set piece. You can obviously see what they're trying to do and draw Croatia to the back post and try and exploit that space in the middle of the 6. It's a great delivery from Lauren Wade, and something that I expect throughout the game from her.
Northern Ireland had the bulk of the opportunities on goal and corner kicks as well. They perhaps weren't able to make the most of them in the away fixture, but when you hear the interviews with Tanya Oxtoby since then, that was what she was clinging on to, and she felt that the scoreline wasn't reflective of Northern Ireland's play. That killer instinct, if you like, was that the only thing missing from Friday?
I think it was, and especially when you lose someone like Simone, because she isn't fully fit and is quite limited in her minutes at the moment. Whenever she goes off the pitch, you sometimes question where our goal's going to come from, and that's certainly what we need now to add to this final piece under Tanya, because I think everything else we've built really well.
Laura Rafferty was very composed in the end, but just when that ball bounced, there was a moment when it looked like Croatia were going to get in. It was their first real attack. Instead, now though, it's Northern Ireland trying to build one themselves. Howe loves to get into this position. Just slightly overhit the cross.
Yeah, the idea is right there. Simone, we saw the other night, likes to get across the front of her defender. It's not really one of those ones that's going to find herself in the 6-yard box and win an awful lot of headers. So the earlier that we can find her in behind and in that front post space, the more likely we are to get success.
Markovic wins it back in midfield. Here's McPartland. Certainly seems to have solidified her spot in the midfield 3. Wade. Croatia happy not to be in possession. Looks to be a similar setup from them for Friday night. Rudulic very much playing as a lone striker. Ojina, who just got her head on it there, seems to be given a completely free roll. Scored the penalty and the own goal, and as Casey Howe to contend with. Very referred to Lauren Wade's adaptability. Here she is on the left foot, played in towards the middle, and it almost broke for Danielle Maxwell. That's twice that balls into the box have resulted in not the most convincing bit of defending from Croatia. Is clearly something that Northern Ireland have looked at.
Yeah, definitely getting a lot more bodies into the good areas now in the initial stages of this game. But like I said, sometimes those floated balls into the box isn't often what we get success from, but certainly if you put the goalkeeper under pressure, I don't know that we tested her really enough properly the other night. She had some routine saves to make probably, so I think if we can get around her, see what she's really about. You saw just a little bit of chaos towards the end of the game that caused the own goal in the end.
And very evident that there were 2 or 3 Northern Ireland players trying to get into the box. It wasn't just Simone McGill. Jolie Andrews just on the edge of the penalty area right now. Maxwell and Howe have looked very bright and positive too. Maxwell on the right, high on the left-hand side. Just over 7 minutes played here in Belfast. Picked up by Wade, has options outside her. High. One-on-one with Yolina. Looks to drift past her, another defender comes across to help her out. Here is High again. Bundle of energy. McPartland just had a little glance behind her to see if there was anybody there. It's well worked to High again. Scofie. It's patient and deliberate from the home side. Everything going through High. Gets past one, tries to catch the goalkeeper at the near post and just pulled her effort.
Yeah, I think the right choice in the end from Casey High, just to try and test the goalkeeper and see if she's alert to that one at her near post, because it was very, very crowded within the box. It would have been difficult to get some success off of that had she put the ball into the box there.
Must be a fullback's nightmare. Casey High doesn't stop, loves running at defenders.
Yeah, I certainly know that from club now. I've got it every day usually, trying to stand her up 1v1.
Norway 8 up on aggregate, 3-0 on the night early in the second half of their game against Albania, so it will definitely be the Norwegians for whoever wins this game. A side that have twice won the Euros, having to go through this route instead this year. Didn't qualify automatically. Played short to Maxwell. Little touch on, could fall for McGill. Off the woodwork, denied on Friday by the crossbar. And once again this evening. That's a huge let-off for Croatia and unfortunate for the captain. Read the situation well, gambled and couldn't have hit it any better.
Yeah, it's on her weaker left side, but she still does really well to catch it on the full, and she'll be cursing the crossbar once again.
I think it's still rattling, given how ferocious the effort was.
She knows she's going to get chances. She knows she'll get more opportunities in this game. Yes, she'll be frustrated with that one, but she knows that she's going to be a nuisance in and around this back line. Just her presence alone will just snuff out anything, any half chance. She'll be straight onto it in and around the box.
Mentioned Friday, 21 of her 25 international goals have been away from home. How she would love to get one this evening, and on a special night for her, taking over the permanent captaincy, leading the line, leading this team. And you don't come much closer to scoring than that. At the other end though, it's Rudelic, one-on-one. Good stop from Jackie Burns. Didn't gamble, stood tall. But a worrying sign for that Northern Ireland backline. Rudelic, joint record goal scorer for Croatia. It was a simple ball through the middle.
Yeah, just the break of the ball. Brenna McPartland doesn't quite do enough to get there in time. And it's a real let-off for Northern Ireland. But we saw it the other night, the opportunities they'll get on the counter-attack. They've got to be wary to that, this Northern Ireland backline. Know that they've got pace up top and willing runners. We've got to make sure that our rest defence is in a good place at all times.
Rudelic is the joint top scorer in the history of the Croatian women's side. I think she actually hurt herself later in that phase of play, clutching her lower back hamstring at the moment, the Croatian number 9. I'm not sure actually if her own player clattered into her just on the edge of the penalty area when she went down, but it is a let off for Northern Ireland. Having struck the crossbar themselves, have to call upon Jackie Burns to make a big stop. You talk maybe about nerves and about mentality. Jackie Burns waited and waited until the last minute, didn't commit herself there and make the striker's job easy.
She did, and I mean, for Jackie, she hasn't had an awful lot of game time so far this season with Bristol City. So sometimes that can be a little bit worrying, especially for a goalkeeper. And you know, could easily have been rattled by what happened the other night with giving away the penalty. But you see the strength of her mentality there, that she's always there whenever called upon.
Rudelich again going through the middle. This time, Rafferty has a cover.
Northern Ireland now just need to maybe take the sting out of it a little bit, get back to controlled possession, just start shifting Croatia from side to side, try and open them up, rather than the game maybe becoming a little bit transitional, which is exactly what they will want.
Looks as if Cossack is playing a more advanced role this evening. The player named in midfield, who is the joint top scorer alongside Rudelich. 5 years out of the international setup, but returning for the first leg, and slightly withdrawn midfield role in that night. Looks like she's pushing up a little bit further this time. Plenty of action in the opening quarter of an hour of this game. No goals. Markovic with a flick on. It was her pass through the middle that sent Rudelich on her way. Now Rudelich is trying to turn provider. It's a decent ball, but wasn't controlled by Pejl.
Definitely feel that Croatia feel that they're more than capable of getting something from this tie. I wasn't sure whether they would maybe be a little bit more conservative in their approach, just potentially try and play for extra time or penalties, but I think they feel as though they can get at this Northern Ireland side, and they're coming out a little bit more confident than what we saw the other night. It was a little bit more cagey. The game was a lot more broken up in ways, but I think both teams now, you're starting to see them relax and play a little bit more.
Could that maybe have been because of the early penalty?
Absolutely.
And they felt, let's try and hold on to this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, underdogs in a tie at your home pitch, you want to go away with a win, and then try and cling on to that whenever you go into the away leg.
Is Rudelich the big concern for you?
Yeah, I think so.
Heading towards that area again, flags up. And is it also the fact that there will be long periods of the game where she's not involved at all, and then it's just that one ball over the top or a counter-attack?
Yeah, and you know, that's where the best sort of strikers separate themselves, and you know, they become the match winners for teams. And yeah, you could see her rue that opportunity later on.
Doesn't really tend to come deep and get on the ball, maybe the way the likes of Simone McGill does right on cue now, but Croatian number 9 trying to thrive in behind, and certainly is going to take some watching from the combination of Rafferty and Holloway. Rebecca McKenna. Back to Rafferty. Surpassed that 50 cap mark on Friday night. And here's Holloway. McGill linking up with Maxwell. Good tackle from the fullback, though, to stop her in her tracks. Northern Ireland have reacted well to that Croatian chance. Trying to get on the ball and keep a hold of it for a while. Doing exactly what you said terms of trying to take the sting out of the opposition.
Yeah, you can certainly see they're trying to work those combinations within the midfield, you know, playing the higher one in Jolie and her setting off to Brenna McPartlin, which almost came off there, but it's just a little bit untidy in terms of execution. But again, you can see the pattern starting to come out, and it's only a matter of time, I think, before we'll start to gain success from that. Simone McGill's obviously so pivotal to the build-up role as well, but in doing that, while she's so good at linking the play, you want to make sure that she's then making the box and she's the one on the end of those crosses.
I think you made that point the other night where, you know, I almost expected Simone McGill to get in the box, and you'd pointed out that she'd picked it up in the halfway line and started the whole move, and Usain Bolt couldn't have got there in that time. So it's so important to this Northern Ireland lineup. Simone McGill, someone you know very well, made her debut as a 15-year-old, has been around now for 14 years at this level.
Yeah, she's been a constant ever since she made her debut, and like you said, it's just, you notice that there's something missing whenever she's not on the pitch, and it's very hard to replace someone like Simone McGill.
Takes a deflection and safely into the hands of Burns. Certainly not as passive tonight from Croatia. When you look at Northern Ireland's Nations League group, they've acquitted themselves well in these playoffs. This game obviously right in the mix. Northern Ireland finished second in their group, and Portugal, who won it, were comfortable winners over Azerbaijan. Bosnia and Herzegovina drawing with Serbia as well, 2-2, so in contention for that second playoff round. Maybe didn't take it into account at the time, but it's a strong group that Tanya Oxtoby had to contend with. This is her 8th game at home. She won her first, and she won her most recent one. Those are the only 2 victories.
Yeah, I think obviously the format is quite good in a way that it means that, you know, you get more opportunities to play these big playoff ties. But I think with the format now, it means that you're always going into a competitive fixture, and we have been since Tanya started within the job, and it's very difficult. And you know, she's talked about trying to get the balance between results, but also trying to figure out a team and try and implement the style and get players minutes, and that's very difficult to do and strike that balance well.
How much did women's football need at an international level? Because, I mean, there were times maybe that you didn't have a competitive game for the guts of a year. Yeah,
or you were in a game where you were, you know, playing against 3-4 teams who were within the top 20 in the world, and we can't compete then. And you're playing long spells in a game without the ball, and I think this has given us a chance to be in possession an awful lot more and build that identity that we're now trying to create.
Regular international camps. If things go to plan tonight for Northern Ireland, they'll have another one at the end of next month, preparing to take on the might of Norway. I think you said on Friday, Norway always seemed to be part of Northern Ireland's story. In the same group at the Euros, of course, and Southampton a couple of years ago in the same group for the qualification process as well. A squad full of superstars, some of the biggest names in the sport. And Croatia actually lost the playoff to Norway as well in the Nations League. Not this version of it, the previous one. Well beaten.
It's a really good pick out there from Jackie Burns just to find Brenna McPartlin picking up that little pocket in between the lines, and it's good to see players looking for that now and starting to be a little bit braver. I think in the past we would have, even in the last couple of months, we probably would have just looked for the easy option, find the centre half and try and go round a team, but now trying to really go through the middle of teams.
We've played the opening quarter of this game. Still no goals. We've spoken about Casey Howe. Rebecca McKenna, from the moment she has gone into that position, has pretty much been a resident there ever since. fairly quiet member of the squad, but tenacious in the tackle, always seems to be an option. How impressed have you been with her development over the past couple of years?
It's crazy just how the story kind of has evolved for Rebecca McKenna. Like you say, has gone under the radar a little bit, and probably when she first played that game out in Ukraine, maybe a lot of people didn't know who she was, and it's almost like from that point she's been a mainstay within the team, and probably the first name on the team sheet other than Jackie Burns. I think what impresses me most about her is the amount of work that she does within a game, but yet she's always available. Very rarely injured. Rebecca McKenna always available for club and for country, and probably the most consistent player that we've had over the last 2 years.
Still very young as well, just 23, edging towards 50 caps herself. Here's Andrews back in the lineup, having missed Friday. Former Glentoran player. McPartland just trying to disguise that pass in towards Simone Miguel. Well won back by Schofield. Good strength from her. Continues her run. Did well to get there, but couldn't pick out a teammate in the middle. Clearance only as far as the player we were just talking about, Rebecca McKenna.
What I love about Connie is her energy. She's always asking for the ball. Even if she gives it away, she'll always want it again. She's always willing to make those runs in behind and stretch that Northern Ireland back line. It's not always going to be the right option, but she'll move a player and she'll create space for someone else.
Given her first competitive start, her first start for Northern Ireland on Friday, retains her place tonight. Maxwell lifts it in. Dealt with by Josak. Holloway. Everybody back for Croatia. Howe just showed a little bit too much of it to her opponent, but it's worked out nicely for Wade and easily collected by Bahic.
Need to see if we can try and get Casey on the ball a little bit more. Early stages, first 10-15 minutes, she was very lively. Ball coming down the left-hand side an awful lot, and we've not really found her just as much in the past 15 minutes.
Couple of lax passes, and Northern Ireland players putting the pressure on. Croatia just about get away with it. They continue. Two in the middle. And a better cross could have caused problems with Rudelich in there. I think the offside flag would have been up.
Yeah.
I think you can see the referee glancing across the officials have to say, yep, don't worry.
I guess in having the benefit of VAR, you just play to a finish and then you can review it afterwards.
Must be very frustrating at times as a player, though, when you're in that scenario and you think you've scored only to have it chalked off. You're looking across the line, waiting for the flag, it doesn't arrive, and then all of a sudden, just when you think you're celebrating a goal, you get pulled back. That's what the officials are told to do, though. Little break in play for Yolina, getting attention. Actually, it's not Yolina, it's her teammate Krarnic, the new addition for tonight's game. Looks to have hurt her arm there. Still receiving attention as she walks off the pitch. Rafford. Northern Ireland looking to build from the back. Croatia now back to their full complement. Harnic back on the pitch. Rudulic latches on to the flick on after there was a challenge on the Croatian midfielder right in front of their technical area. The Croatian manager is an interesting character. You can see him just on the edge of the shot there, following the challenge from Lower Rafferty. Could there be a card here? There's going to be a talking to at least for Rafferty.
Yeah, I think for her first challenge it would be harsh considering where it is on the pitch as well, to give her a card at this point.
But Nenad Gracian, 62, the Croatian boss, actually has an Olympic medal. He was part of the Yugoslavia squad in the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics when they collected bronze. 10 caps for Yugoslavia, and was 6 years as the under-21 men's manager, qualifying for a European Championship and actually collecting a point in a 3-3 draw with England when Gareth Southgate was manager. Moved from the under-21 men to the senior women, and hoping to lead this side to a major tournament. A little bit bitty in the last couple of minutes after those couple of stoppages. McKenna was caught late. Referee currently playing advantage. As Cara was saying, back on her feet very quickly, you know, complaining from Rebecca McKenna. I think the referee may well deal with it once this phase comes to a conclusion. Well broken up by Maxwell. Can't find a teammate though. It was just McGill up ahead. Ball over in the far side. Markovic attacks it. On the left foot and just over the top from Krasic. Real intent from the midfielder. And another warning sign for Northern Ireland.
Does really well here. Brennan McPartlin tries to get a foot in, doesn't quite do it. Great strength. And then the lovely cut back onto the left foot. Not sure whether that's her stronger foot or her weaker foot. It certainly looked like her stronger foot from the way she struck that.
Hit it really well. Just over the top. Northern Ireland come closest to scoring tonight. That was Simone McGill's effort that hit the crossbar, but Croatia have managed to create two really good chances of their own. That was the one a moment ago, and the even better opportunity from Rudulic when she was through one-on-one with Burns, but the Northern Ireland goalkeeper batted away her effort.
Exactly what Northern Ireland need to do there. Be comfortable taking the ball under pressure. Croatia are really trying to overcover and cut down that space, but Julie Andrews does really well to find Brennan McPartlin on the switch and then do well to get out on the opposite side. Need to see a lot more of that now.
Challenge from behind penalised. Referee right on top of it. The defender felt that she had got the ball, but the referee just waiting momentarily for play to develop. Should it benefit the home side. Schofield standing over. Out to high. There was an overload for a second with Wade there as well, but Croatia realised that. Holloway. Maxwell wants it over it in the far side. Set us towards Rafferty. Slides in and is unable to dispossess Krajnik. This is better from the visitors. 4-on-4 for a moment. Northern Ireland struggling to get back, but eventually do get bodies behind the ball, and that just slows the momentum. Another effort on goal, this time from a very difficult angle, even further out from Krasric.
They've done well to recover there, Northern Ireland. Probably should have stopped the attack at source earlier on the right hand side. You think you've got Croatia locked, but they managed to play that ball along the line and get out, and then it looked slightly ominous from that point with a 4v4, as you said, but Brennan McPartland just does enough to force him to play backwards and then have a shot from distance that probably isn't going to trouble Jackie.
It's been an open enough game so far.
Totally different to the first tie, as we've alluded to already.
Who does that suit?
Initially, before the game, I actually thought it probably would have suited Northern Ireland a little bit more, but I think Croatia have shown that they look probably more dangerous in the way that they can play direct. They've played a little bit more through the lines and connected a little bit better tonight than what they did the other night, but that direct ball is still a threat, and we have to be really set and really switched on behind the ball.
Has there been a bit more belief about Croatia?
Yeah, definitely. I think that early chance that forced Jackie Burns into a really good save, you can definitely see that their tails lifted after that. And really, beyond the opening few minutes when Simone McGill hit the bar, we really haven't created much of note.
Hi. Straight up in the air, skewed clearance, falls for McPartland. High. Playing towards the near post again. Here's Wade, might fancy a pop herself. Driven straight at the defender, who was desperate to ensure it wasn't a handball. Then the follow-up from McPartland, well wide. Bit better?
A little bit better, yeah, absolutely. I don't think the shot from Lauren Wade didn't really favour her on her left side. She thought about going with her right foot and opted to cut back again, but you can see the intent from Casey Howes to try and just play that ball in behind the centre half and let Simone McGill get a run across the front.
Rafferty just nods it to McPartland. Good battle going on between McKenna and her counterpart Piezel over on that far side. Neither one has backed down so far in the opening 35 minutes. No way past McPartland. Throw in for Croatia, who finished second in their League B group. In the last Nations League campaign, they, as I mentioned earlier, lost that playoff to Norway. Trying to move up the rankings and trying to improve. That early penalty was actually their first goal in 3 games. Until that point, it had been an iffy spell of results for tonight's visitors, who've won it back in midfield. Probably the highest that Croatia have been up the pitch. Can that benefit Northern Ireland and help them find space over the top? McKenna was aware of the danger in behind her and just disguised the run, and it's well worked into the path of Schofield. Holloway. McGill. does very well to hold on to possession. Worked out towards McKenna. She gets it back from Schofield. Now it's Rafford. McGill makes that familiar run. Well read though by the centre half, Naverla, who is just 3 away for becoming just the second Croatian woman to surpass the 100 cap mark. High. Gets it back in the 1-2. Plays into the middle. And McGill. Who's it going to fall to? McKenna took a deflection, and it's a good save in the end. I think it was a touch off the centre half. Jelenic. And the goalkeeper, Bahic, scrambling across with her fingertips to turn it around the post.
Yeah, she can't really get enough on this, Rebecca McKenna, but credit to her for having an effort. It's definitely well worth a go, but I think the defender maybe just does enough to kind of put her off and not allow her to get enough purchase on it, and it's a routine enough save for the goalkeeper in the end. But I think that comes back off, it comes off the back of a much better phase of play from Northern Ireland, much more patient in possession, really moving Croatia around and exploiting the space in the pockets and shifting them from side to side a little bit better rather than getting funneled down one side.
Just over 6 minutes to go to half-time. Andrews on target, but couldn't get through a wall of defenders. Could be a chance now for Maxwell. She fires it goalwards. The best prolonged spell of pressure that Northern Ireland have had, but they give it away. Markovic waits for support. Can't do it all by herself. Bit more bite from the home side. Maxwell has switched from right to left. Still Maxwell lifts it in, and the clearance is taken away from McGill. 3 or 4 promising attacks come to nothing for the home side. But as you say, it was all coming from that structured approach. How do you try and create structure sometimes in the chaos?
Yeah, and I think that's why the game has suited Croatia a little bit better. I think they're dealing with the chaos better, and it's kind of startled Northern Ireland a little bit in parts. And I think if they can put their foot on the ball, not necessarily slow the game down, the tempo's got to be controlled, but with good ball speed. And I think that's why then Northern Ireland started to gain success. That's when we're now better, is whenever we have our structure and we're set.
Is that sometimes when half-time helps because you can kind of reset?
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think that probably there will be things that the coaching staff have picked up on that they're maybe not able to communicate those messages just yet, but also the players have got to feel those things out for themselves, and that's where you need a little bit more experience on the pitch at times. This is still a young and developing side, and in these sorts of moments you've got to have players who are able to see things and recognise it and be able to communicate that.
Rafferty. Don't think Andrews got a touch in that. And you can just see the message from Bahic, the goalkeeper, the captain, just telling their players to calm down a little bit. Senses that Northern Ireland are in the ascendancy, starting to find their rhythm, and Croatia looking to break that up. Markovic asked a fair amount of her teammate Yolina, wearing number 10, but pretty much playing as a right wing back tonight, having been just behind the front two on Friday. Holloway looks up to see if she can go long. Tried to thread that pass through to McGill, but it's well read by the visitors. Markovic is making a good run. She was the intended target. Tracked though by Lauren Wade.
Yeah, Lauren Wade's done really well there to recognise the danger, followed her runner.
Casey Howe picks the ball up in her own half. Showed just a little bit too much of it though to the defender.
I think she was anticipating the foul probably coming, and it never did.
Two and a half minutes to go until the break. This game, this tie, still delicately poised. Level on the night, level on aggregate. Tanya Ox to be in conversation with a fourth official. I'm not sure what she is referring to, but it's clearly something that's frustrated her that she's witnessed on the pitch. Don't know if it was that throw-in decision or an incident a little bit earlier. Ball staying over in the far side. Northern Ireland, it looks like they're still going to have that record of rarely scoring in the first half of games. Just 3 of their last 21, left it very, very late, of course, in Croatia on Friday. I think the squad and the management team would take any goal, any time, as long as it secured their place in the next round. Here come Croatia, though. Flicked off the heel of Rafferty and safely into the hands of Burns.
Yeah, it just comes from a poor decision from Rebecca Holloway, trying to play into an area that really wasn't on there.
It was Gallant who actually made her debut against Northern Ireland on Friday. Burns, long way off her goal line. Very comfortable in area of the pitch up. Holloway. Schofield glanced round to the referee, felt she was fouled as she flicked it out towards the far side. Back on the ball now, though. Perseveres. Two minutes of injury time. Is there time for one more attack? Maxwell battles through the first challenge. Looks for McGill. Two around her. Back with Maxwell. Schofield's made a decent run in the middle. She's the intended target and missed everyone. Cross struck in with real pace from Maxwell. Evaded both Schofield and the defender.
I think it's really just the defender puts Connie Schofield off in that instance. I think she doesn't quite see the ball until it's past her.
Rudelich looking through the middle. Well tracked by Rafferty, who cuts out the danger. Maybe not the half that home supporters would have expected. A lot more aggressive from Croatia, a lot more attacking from them. And they're penalised following that challenge. Final few seconds of injury time. Holloway drifts over the halfway line, and referee calls for the match ball. Scoreless after 45 minutes here at Windsor Park. Level on the night, level in the tie. Still 1-1 on aggregate in this round 1 Euro 2025 playoff. Players making their way in. No goals yet for those supporters. Let's look back at the best of the action from the opening half. It started so well. This was early on. Simone McGill reading the flick on, and oh so close to opening the scoring, the Northern Ireland captain. Ricocheting off the crossbar. That was as close as Northern Ireland came to scoring in the game. Rebecca McKenna involved as well. But as the half progressed, Croatia improved. This was the biggest opportunity that they could muster. Jackie Burns stopping Rudelic's effort when she was clean through one-on-one. Rudelic won the penalty on Friday, but couldn't beat Jackie Burns on that occasion. Threaded through ball from Markovic. Rudelic time to run. And then this was later on in the half, really good effort from just outside the box, and an individual one from Krasaric, whistling over the top. Well struck by the midfielder. Came off the bench on Friday, in from the start this evening. Casey Howe brought into the Northern Ireland lineup as Wade fired at goal, where his defender got in the way, and McPartlin well wide from the follow-up after a decent period of Northern Ireland pressure. But that's it at the break. We'll be back with the second half very soon. The scoreline on the night is Northern Ireland 0, Croatia 0, still 1-1 on aggregate, and all to play for. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back for the second half here. No changes at the break. Croatia kicking off for the second 45 minutes. Just a slight delay as the officials make sure everything is in order. Quite sure what the hold-up is, but hopefully the action will get back underway soon. Have we got the go-ahead? Doesn't look like it quite yet, so I'm just counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think all of the players are on the pitch. Referees on the pitch. 4th officials there. Cara, any ideas?
Not one.
So there's the scene. We've got 2 assistants, 4th official. And the 4th official, I think, is perhaps in dialogue over on the far side with someone, but this is a significant enough delay at this stage. You see members of the Irish Football Association just checking things.
Is it the VAR?
Well, that's what I was wondering, because you can see obviously someone down there on the phone. I've been in that situation plenty of times, trust me. Unplugging things, putting them back in, making sure that they're on. And obviously without VAR we cannot proceed, so everyone just waiting for the thumbs up. Which we haven't quite got yet. A shot in the dark, but you ever been in this scenario?
Absolutely not. I've never played with VAR.
Really?
Before. Never. Looks to be working now. Seems to be ready to start our watch.
There we go. And we're underway. Northern Ireland trying to make the fast start after that delay. Throw in over in the far side. Simone McGill coming closest to opening the scoring for the home side when her effort hit the crossbar early on. Same scenario as away fixture when she was denied by the woodwork. "92 minutes for Northern Ireland to find a net. And that was an own goal in Croatia. They may well have to be patient again this evening to find a breakthrough. Free kick over in the far side, and there were quite a few robust challenges, if you like, on Friday, with yellow cards only brandished late in the game, and one of them was for time wasting at that stage. The referee has been fairly lenient as well.
She has. It hasn't been quite the same game in terms of the physicality, especially from Croatia. I think, you know, they've they've not broken the game up just as much. So I don't think there's been any reason for the referee to step in, but certainly she needed to take an awful lot more control on Friday night.
Rachel Dugdale not involved this evening at all after her head injury late on in that 1-1 draw. Noticeably cooler in this second half with the temperature dipping. Can Northern Ireland heat things up though on the pitch. High goes short. Miguel comes. Simone Miguel, is this the chance? I think was looking for a run in the middle, and when it didn't arrive, felt that she had to have a go herself. It was a team effort by her high standards in the end.
I think she knows she's got really no other options there. I think you can see, just even as she hits it, just a bit of a lack of conviction. It's not like her.
Bahic didn't have a lot to do in that opening 45 minutes. It was powerless for McGill's effort that hit the crossbar, but apart from that, it was a routine enough night. Wasn't really called in the action in the away fixture either, given away by Rafferty. Rudelich had made that characteristic run through the middle. Holloway. McPartland just overhits the pass. You can see the idea. The Republic of Ireland 2-0 up in the first half of their game against Georgia. 8-0 in aggregate now after that impressive 6-0 away victory. Norway 9-0. So a blitz in the second half. 9-0 on the night, 14-0 on aggregate against Albania.
Wouldn't want to be the team playing them next.
Seven of the goals coming in the second half. None here at Windsor Park. A reminder, the winners of this game will face Norway for that spot at the Summer Euros in Switzerland. 7 berths still up for grabs. Schofield. Chance for High over in the far side, a muscle by Yolina. Game, even at this stage, starting to be a little bit more stretched. A few mistakes out there, as you would expect in a match where so much is at stake.
What I liked about that initially was Rebecca Holloway being a lot more positive and stepping in. I think she was maybe a little bit too tentative in the first half, and towards the end of the first half, she was starting to get a bit more success as she stepped into the pitch rather than immediately looking to pass the ball straight away, because it it makes it too easy for Croatia. Now it's asking the question of their forward line, are they going to step and try and press? And maybe she'll draw someone out and create space somewhere else. So I really like to see that from Rebecca Holloway.
All it takes is one chance, and you can see it's obviously the tactic that Northern Ireland have been trying to employ. Croatia in the danger area. It's a good stop from Burns. It was another massive chance. It was scrappy, and Rudelich actually this time was the creator. It looked like play had almost stopped. Northern Ireland unable to dispossess Rudelich.
It's such a simple one. Initially, it just comes from a throw-in. Yes, they get a little bit fortuitous. Just the bounce of the ball initially evades everyone, but I thought she could have released it earlier on the pullback.
It was Krasaric who will be kicking herself because it was a golden opportunity. 3 times Croatia threatened. 3 really good chances. They'll feel that they should have at least converted one of them. There's a chance it came from nothing as well. Straight from the throw-in. The defence stationary, and a combination of McKenna and Burns just doing enough. But Northern Ireland can't keep on giving away chances like that.
Absolutely not. You feel like Croatia are just going to continue to build momentum, and Simone McGill in that instance there just does well to break it a little bit, knowing that maybe Northern Ireland just need to take a little bit of a respite here, get themselves back into their structure. For a team that offered really nothing in terms of clear-cut chances in the opening leg, I think maybe Northern Ireland just slightly complacent, thinking that they lacked a little bit of quality in the final third and that they wouldn't be overly creative, but certainly not been the case tonight.
And I go back to, I think, the first question I asked you at the start of the broadcast, where we felt that Northern Ireland's mindset would completely change after that equaliser. It's almost as if it sparked Croatia in the situation where they are now going and saying, we have to go and win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought maybe that was something that wouldn't suit them, but whenever they come out and they play and they have that belief in themselves, they're certainly a very good side.
I wonder, will the Northern Ireland management team be considering a switch just to mix things up a little bit? Hasn't quite clicked this evening like it has for Croatia. Andrews, can she make something happen? McKenna in support for this. We've seen her off the pitch. McKenna goes herself into the side netting. I think the fans over the far side thought she'd scored. Pushing up from that right back position, running straight at the defence, just wide.
Yeah, she gets into these sort of scenarios so often with club now at Birmingham. Brilliant when she finds herself higher up the pitch. Just wonder, could she have pulled the ball back to Simone McGill? She's holding her hands out, begging her to pull the ball back. She's in acres of space on the 6-yard box, but I think she was well within her rights to have a go there. The angle was tight, but I think she could have caught the goalkeeper out on her near post.
Driven in low. Not sure if that was the intention, but it almost worked out and results in another corner kick. And after all of Croatia's positivity, it's Northern Ireland who start to try and push for that breakthrough. We're edging towards the hour mark. Wade's ball in. It's Rafferty, I think, who got a touch on it. Holloway had to win that ball. then loses out to a trio of Croatian players. Markovic. Looked to be a foul on Maxwell, but the referee let it go, knowing that Northern Ireland had the ball. Might that Croatian chance of perhaps even being the wake-up call that Northern Ireland needed in this second half?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the response straight away, and we saw it the other night. As soon as they went the goal down, then immediately the response was excellent from Northern Ireland. We're seeing that again here.
Hard. Matches the defender stride by stride, but it's the experience of Verkla who gets it away, and Bahic is down. Northern Ireland are making a change. I didn't see a clear-cut incident, but I wonder if it's been from one of those corner kicks that I often see players take their sock and boot off. I wonder if it's been a case of someone stepping on her toe or stepping on her foot. It's a metatarsal area that looks to be getting treatment as Northern Ireland prepare that switch. It's McDaniel for Schofield. McDaniel brought on Friday. Introduced a little bit earlier this time round. Will it be a change in shape, Karen?
I don't think so. I think it'll be quite a straight swap. McDaniel and Schofield kind of possessing similar qualities. She'll be another one who'll probably try and stretch a little bit in behind. I think she'll maybe give us a little bit more off the dribble. She's got that kind of flair. Louise McDaniel as well, and can certainly pick a pass, so I think you'll see her just play off of Simone McGill alongside Julie Andrews.
Bahic has been down quite a while now. You can see the referee just going over to make sure she's okay, and it's definitely that area that they're looking at. Such an experienced figure, the Croatian captain. The two other goalkeepers in the squad, one's 21, one's 16, in between them they have just one cap. Don't think Bahic is going to leave the field of play though. The socks back on, and looks like she's going to be okay to continue. Maybe I'll have some bruising tomorrow though. Gloves going back on. He's going to add a few more minutes on to injury time. Another throw. Just over an hour played now. Be separated after 150 minutes of football. Just a reminder, it does go to extra time and penalties should these sides be level at the end of the 90. Bahic's first test for her, having picked up the injury. Who's it going to fall to? McParlin can't hit the target. They were queuing up there in the middle at one point for Northern Ireland, but just a sign that perhaps Bahic isn't as confident as she previously had been, having picked up that knock. It's the first time we've really seen her in this position, having to come off her goal line and not dominate. 2 or 3 Northern Ireland players clustered around her, and you can see that the captain showed her appreciation just after this for the centre half, Jelenic. I think she was aware that maybe I'll have got her out of jail. Dodgy defending again from Croatia. Northern Ireland looking to find a ruthless streak at that all-important goal. Pinning the visitors back deep in their own half.
Yeah, it's a really good spell of pressure from Northern Ireland. They've got to keep this up. Croatia really starting to look a bit shaky, particularly in their clearances now.
McKenna looks for options. Can't quite find one. Takes it on herself though. Wins a corner kick. There's another Croatian player down. It's a winger this time. Peschel. Slowly making her way back onto her feet and in towards her own goal line. Wade has come short. Maxwell's ball in. Taken off the head of Rafferty, who was lurking. They feel that this is a key part of the game. And the tie. Kosak used all her experience there. And it just takes away a little bit of that Northern Ireland momentum. Trying to break play up and slow things down. It's been a little bit of an onslaught for the home side in the last 5 minutes or so, so Croatia will just want to take the sting out of things. Well won back under pressure. Croatia keep going, and it's kept behind for a corner kick. It was very direct in the far side from Jolina, I think it was. It's the first time we've really seen her in that area of the pitch, the goal scorer on Friday.
It's really a little bit too easy for me. She's got Casey Howe initially trying to make the challenge, and then skips past Brenna McPartland a little bit too easy. She makes up an awful lot of ground. Makes an entry into the box, and yeah, Northern Ireland again, just from a simple kind of passage of play from Croatia, really where they should stop, be able to cut the ball out in those, lock them in the wide areas and not let them out of there.
Jolina in towards the near post, gathered by Burns, and it's probably the second example in this second half where the defenders have been a little standoffish and haven't maybe reacted the way you'd expect to move towards the ball, and it's now 4 or 5 really good chances for the visitors. Northern Ireland have had opportunities of their own, but it's been too straightforward from their point of view when Croatia have got into that final third, and they're riding their luck a little bit that they haven't been made to pay so far. home side certainly pressing higher and higher up the pitch. Midway point in this second half. Still within the game's first goal. And there have probably been significantly more opportunities for the two sides than there were in the whole of the first leg that finished one apiece. Northern Ireland had 13 chances in that game. More corners as well. Substitution made on the home side. Here's McGill, the captain, still pushing as ever. Croatia living very dangerously, but just about get away with it. As the game goes on, they've looked a little bit more suspect at the back, tonight's visitors. Clearance is not quite as crisp, but here they are in the attack at the other end. Josak, Ulic wants it in the middle. 2 or 3 in there towards the back post, and Markovic instead. Flag goes up.
I think Rebecca McKenna's got to get out there, winger a little bit quicker there, just try and close her down and stop the cross. She's got time to stop and pick her head up and then go again with the cross. I just wonder whether she can. Yes, Rebecca McKenna's calling for offside, but if that's not given, then we could be putting ourselves under a bit more pressure than what we need to.
It was Riddlish through the middle who was well offside, but just another example that there's so much more belief from Croatia when they do get into the final third. McGill showed a little bit too much of it to her opponent. It's not the first time that Northern Ireland have lost the ball in that area of the pitch, but there's going to be a yellow for this tackle. It's Josak who caught Wade. Certainly mistimed the challenge with an outstretched left leg, and it's going to be shown a yellow card when she gets onto her feet. Certainly from first view she can have any complaints, but maybe looked a little bit worse than it was when you look at that replay. No complaints so from Croatians, and it's going to be a yellow. Yep, yellow card. The first of the evening. Just skids off the surface for high. They can't get it under control. It's all got a little bit subdued around Windsor Park. We wondered if there'd be nerves early on from both sets of players. It's probably now that it really kicks in. Nobody wants to make a mistake. Nobody wants to be the person who squanders possession.
Yeah, I think the longer the game goes on, I think you realise that it's more than likely just going to be one goal that wins it. And
you still confident that that goal is going to go to Northern Ireland?
I think so. I think, yes, Croatia have shown how dangerous that they can be, but I hope that they have squandered the best of their chances, and I feel as though there's better chances still for Northern Ireland to come.
Do you think enough pressure is being put in that Croatian backline, who have looked a little bit more vulnerable in the second half?
I I think it's been difficult. Yes, we've maybe put them under pressure in terms of been trying to put balls on top of them, but I don't know that it's going to be overly successful for us either. I think they're difficult for us to kind of get a hold of as well.
Krasnic, who has made a big difference, it has to be said, the number 6 coming in from the start.
Absolutely, she's been everywhere and she's had that bit of quality in the final third as well.
Good turn. Probably a better options on further up the pitch. Gallic, after good play initially, had options left and right. Rudolic is always making that run through the middle, always seems to be dragging defenders away, even when she can't get the ball herself. McDaniel to McParlin. Good vision to sweep it towards the far side and high. Markovic hassling her and winning the ball back. Rudolic up ahead. Markovic with a poor touch. And Croatia had it back momentarily, but here come Northern Ireland now. Game moving from end to end. Markovic wants it in the far side. Little 1-2 played initially. Still looking at. Flag stays down. I think Rudolic was aware with it. 2 fullbacks were, and it comes to nothing but her little tired legs out there now.
Yeah, you can just see you caught a little bit of Danielle Maxwell tracking back there, and she certainly looked like her legs were heavy.
And you can understand that because it's been fairly relentless over the last 163 minutes. Rudolic. Croatia continuing to offer players further forward up the pitch. Even in that attack, a better ball in. There were 2 in the middle.
I think where a lot of Northern Ireland's problems are coming from right now is just whenever the ball's a little bit loose and it's kind of there for a 50-50. Croatia, for me, are winning all of them, and we're not able to quite be physical enough in the tackle and really be convincing enough. I think we're losing too many 50-50s, especially in midfield.
Holloway. That ball just trying to bypass midfield, if you like. Good pressure being put on by McGill. And see what the crowd think, responding themselves. Funny how something just as simple as that, closing down the defender, can perhaps be the spark. Clash of heads over on the far side. There are 3 players down, actually. Simone McGill back on her feet after this incident. Sandwiched in between the 2 defenders. And that will give both teams the opportunity to get a little bit of information from the sideline. Into the final quarter of an hour. McDaniel battling for it. He's given the home side a free kick just inside the Croatian half. Rafferty not going further forward for it. Instead, it's back to the Rangers defender. McKenna, who had that chance a little bit earlier. Strong challenge again from the visitors, just what you were saying. In the end, Northern Ireland just run out of room. Plenty of dialogue over in the far side between Tanya Oxtoby and her assistant Stuart McLaren.
Yeah, I just wonder, are they thinking about changes in this final 10 minutes, or whether they're happy with what they have?
Shirley must also be thinking about Simone McGill and her fitness. Can she potentially last extra time, or do you maybe gamble and keep her on as long as you can?
That's it. Are you banking on the fact that we've scored a lot of late goals recently and that we could win this in normal time? We also want her on the pitch, if it does go all the way, to take a penalty. Kind of looking out at the team and wondering who else might step up if it were to go to that.
McDaniel. Back to Andrews. Just the one change so far from Tanya Oxtoby. With McDaniel coming on. Good idea from Holloway to fizz it in towards that front line. Players certainly committed forward to this attack. But it's fallen nicely for Croatia, who now could kickstart the counter of their own if that had been a better pass cut out by McKenna.
Yeah, we've done well to get bodies back. Initially we were in a 3v3 scenario there, and it's not where you want to find yourself. You want to always have that +1 in defence. But Rebecca McKenna again, she'll run all night for this team.
Just over 10 to go. We have had a couple of stoppages as well, so you would have thought that there'll be plenty of injury time at the end of this one. Nice link-up play over in the far side, Markovic. If Croatia can switch it quickly, they do have options in this near side. That's the intention, but I think the ball, well, it is going to be kept in. Runner up ahead. First time cross is blocked, and it's going to be a corner kick.
It's done really well, the track. Danielle Maxwell alluded to the fact that she might be a little bit leggy, but she certainly didn't look it in that scenario. You've got to do that, especially in these ties that are on a knife edge. You've got to be willing to put your body on the line and just absolutely empty the tank for the team.
It's a big, big pitch here at Windsor Park, and are Croatia making the most of that?
I think they are. They look like the team that are actually preferring this surface, the size of the pitch. It looks like it suits them a little bit better, particularly when their midfielders can get on the ball and start to drive at Northern Ireland's defence. I think we've looked a little bit vulnerable in instances like that, where we've been faced up 1v1. I think they've taken us on very well off the dribble.
There are 18 players inside the Northern Ireland 6-yard box. Drop right in the middle. Burns does brilliantly to get a fist to it. Northern Ireland charge out through Andrews. Given away cheaply by Croatia. Suddenly the green jerseys start to flood out. High.
Poor decision, I think. I think Louise McDaniel out on the left-hand side might have been the option there.
It's good goalkeeping from Burns from that set piece, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. She's under so much pressure there. I actually thought that maybe they were trying to draw everybody in there and actually hit the one on the edge of the box, because she looked like she would have had acres of space. Northern Ireland willing to concede that one on the edge, but yeah, Jackie Burns does really well to rise above them all.
Kanjevac, who has stayed most of the game in her own half, has started to push further and further forward as the game has progressed. Here she is on the ball. Jackie Burns just leaves it for the goal kick. Double substitution coming up for Northern Ireland. We're a long way away, but it looks like it's Wilson and McCarron perhaps about to be introduced. Not sure who is going to make way. We'll find out from the board in a moment. Northern Ireland in possession and on the attack. Space at a premium for the Croatian defenders. Wade, McDaniel, Holloway. Three in the middle. Goalkeeper comes for it. Gets just enough on it. Clattered into your own player. Only as far as McKenna though. Another one of her mazy runs. Forced back to McPartland. Maxwell. Northern Ireland pushing. Pass just too heavy. $17 for 7. The first change. Off goes Andrews and off goes Simone McGill, I think, as well. We've spoken before about her return to fitness. She'll not have wanted to come off the pitch, but knows it's not just about tonight.
Exactly, yeah, she's got to play the long game here. I know it'll be killing her to come off at such a crucial point. She would have wanted to, she'll have known that her minutes will be limited, but wanted to come off whenever we were winning the game.
Especially with the prospect of extra time looming. And it is looming large as the seconds tick down. Rudelich makes that familiar dart through the middle. All very composed at the back for Northern Ireland. Rafferty then plays it in towards McDaniel. Decent touch from her to High. Wilson's first involvement is a positive one. She's been fouled, and Northern Ireland have a free kick in a good position. Got the right side of the defender, who's shown a yellow. Wilson trying to use her pace.
Yeah, it's a good pick out from Casey Howe. Lovely way to pass with the outside of her right foot, and yeah, Emily Wilson does well to get the goal side of her and draw the foul.
Maxwell standing over it. That is how it looks for her. Two in the wall. We're into the final 5 minutes of normal time. Can Northern Ireland find that all-important goal? Maxwell plays it in. McPartland. Oh, it needed a touch. That's all it needed.
Oh, it's a ball into exactly the right area. Really, really good pick out, and Brenna McPartland finds herself in the place that she's found herself so often this season for club. I've seen her score a number of goals like that this season. Just drifts off the back of the defender, but can't quite guide it into the corner.
I'm not sure if it would have counted because the referee's whistle sounded just after the initial header, so I'm not sure if it was for offside or for an infringement in there, but the whistle certainly sounded as Croatia prepare their first change. It's Markovic making her way off, and well, it's the same. As the other night, it's Croatia who actually started and played a big part in that performance, who comes in for the final few minutes. Chance for Northern Ireland. Wilson cuts it back, and goalkeeper got there ahead of Maxwell. It's really starting to open up.
Yeah, Louise McDaniel does brilliantly to wait this pass through. She sees the run. Emily Wilson does well to hold her run as well. She knows that the shot's not on, and it's a combination of Danielle Maxwell maybe needs to get across into the six, try and get across the goalkeeper a little bit earlier, but also I think the pullback just needs to be, cut back a little bit more.
Northern Ireland pushing. Have to be worried now at the other end though, as Burns and McKenna communicate. Try and build from the back once more. McPartlin. Bit too easy for Yolina. Here's the substitute, Mikalacha. Yolina. Ready to play. All eyes now are going to be on that fourth official. How much time is going to be added on? We've had a few stoppages in this second half. It took injury time on Friday night for Northern Ireland to find the net, thanks to that own goal. And certainly taking another one of those this evening. They'd take anything at this point. Back to the goalkeeper. Jelenkovic. Played across the back. Final touch was off the Croatian player, so good perseverance from Maxwell to win the throw-in. Here comes the board. 10 seconds of normal time remaining. How much time is going to be added on? 4 minutes. I must admit, I expect a lot more.
Yeah, I think the goalkeeper package is probably down for 4 minutes alone. Then you add in the substitutions and any other stoppages.
See Tanyaks to be actually applauding that pass from Holloway. Played a pace out towards Wade. It's the idea that she's trying to convey to her players, and just didn't come off this time. But it looks like we're going to have extra time. Kanyevac. McKenna again does well. It's a cynical drag back from Pezel. It's the kind of challenge you only make in the dying seconds of a game, because you don't want to give the opposition any momentum. Knew exactly what she was doing, trying to do anything to stop Maxwell getting away. There's a lot of space up ahead of her. and her first real involvement. Drilled forward by Wade. Yolena, even at this stage, attempting nutmegs as Yosak is caught by Wade. They haven't had a player booked in 180 minutes we've played so far. What will he be thinking? What will she be thinking? We're gonna have to prepare for extra time, it looks like. We played 2.5 minutes of the allotted 4. Northern Ireland have some defending to do from this set piece. Lifted in, skids off the head of Holloway. Fired goalwards and gathered by Burns. It was Pezel who hit the effort after Rudic caused problems again, but it's another one of those efforts in goal that the Croatians have managed. Far too many from Northern Ireland's point of view, particularly in this second half. A little bit fortunate that none of them have been converted so far. McKenna. Rudic. Well read by Maxwell. Not for the first time tonight. Wilson almost got away. Just got caught under her feet at the worst possible moment as she'd beaten the defender.
I think the introduction of Emily Wilson's been really positive for me. Just playing on the shoulder of the last defender, and she looks so dangerous, whether she's running in behind or we know she's so good off the dribble as well. She can take people on 1v1 out wide, will run the channels. So I think the introduction of her, particularly in the extra time, could be really pivotal for Northern Ireland.
We'll have another half an hour of football and then potentially the dreaded penalties. What will the message be in that Northern Ireland huddle?
I think it'll be brave, be the team that wants to go out and win this. Don't sit back, don't settle for, you know, penalties. I think both teams would probably want to avoid that if possible, but yeah, you've got to say, look, who wants to be a match winner here? Who wants to step up and be brave and try and win this game for us? And I think there's players there who are more than capable of doing that, have done it in the past, and they've just got to trust themselves and trust their own ability.
Given the chances they've created, will Croatia feel they should have this game won?
I think they'll feel that, yeah, on more than one occasion they could have and should have put this game to bed.
These are some of those opportunities. Rudic, a constant thorn in the side of Northern Ireland. The pull back to Krasnaric. Always seemed to be a willing runner from midfield. Had a good effort in the first half, just over the top. This is a rather dragged effort though. After the break, Northern Ireland then had a little bit of a purple patch themselves. Rebecca McKenna slaloming through the Croatian backline and into the side netting. Started to move from the throw-in herself, and well, the fans actually thought this ended up in the back of the net, given the angle they're at. Croatia kept coming, kept probing. Pound away at her near post by Jackie Burns. And this was the cutback late on that didn't quite link up between the substitute Wilson and the winger Maxwell. Final chance of the game in the dying seconds. It wasn't to be for Croatia.
Jackie Burns gathering comfortably.
Yeah, I think every effort that Croatia have had on target's really been essential. It's been right down Jackie Burns' throat. There hasn't been one that she's really had to dive to make a save. They haven't been able to kind of place that ball into the corner. It's all been quite comfortable.
There are a few of the travelling supporters providing a little bit of colour up on the far side as we prepare for extra time. Just a reminder, the winners of this encounter will play Norway, who were emphatic winners tonight, and on aggregate they hit 9 against Albania. 14-0 on aggregate in that encounter. Republic of Ireland midway through the second half, 3 up, so 9 up on aggregate against Georgia. And after that quick turnaround, we're back underway. Full time in the game between Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bosnia and Herzegovina, of course, were in Northern Ireland's initial group. Level at 2-2 after the first leg. Serbia have won 4-1 in the second and go through to round 2. Portugal, who won Northern Ireland's group, also safely through. Well, looks like they're going to be safely through. That match not over, but they're 6-1 up in aggregate against Azerbaijan. So that's how it all stands. Round 2 being played at the end of November. Can Tanya Oxtoby side get there? McDaniel. She'd want to throw in. Very quiet around Windsor Park. Jolina asking a lot of her team in this. Weirdy wins it back. Emily Wilson's been non-stop since her introduction. Will fitness play a big part, given that it was a tough game and the conditions on Friday to then have to play 120 minutes here?
Definitely. You know, this is the requirements of international football now. It is non-stop, and especially for quite a number of these players are coming off the back of a long season as well. But majority of these players as well will be in season, should be at the peak of their fitness as well. And you know, that's why you've got a squad. That's why Tanya's so willing to utilise it, knowing that she's going to need every member and could yet need more impact off the bench. Looking at the likes of maybe Megan Bell or Kerry Halliday could still have a say in this game as well.
Yes, without a number of players through injury. Cara obviously amongst them, Kerry Beattie as well. Julie Anders wasn't involved in the first leg. Demi Vincent, Marissa Callahan, notable absentees as well. Almost 200 caps between them, not included in the squad for these two games. Callahan, of course, a long-term captain of the squad. He's won everything with Cliftonville this season. Vance of Glentoran. I think the Croatian winger was holding her face as if she'd perhaps accidentally been hit with a stray hand, and it took a wee while for the referee to blow the whistle, but just wanted to make sure with any type of a head injury. It's a drop ball, and Croatia back underway. King Northern Ireland will change much more after a little bit of a talking to at full time in terms of their approach to the game and in terms of their formation as we go into extra time.
I was actually just starting to think about possibly formation change, just to throw something slightly different at Croatia. I mean, introduction of Chloe McCarran means that probably her and Brenna will operate as a double pivot, whereas Brenna was probably that single pivot on her own before. And Louise is kind of just operating in that single 10 role.
Arm of Maxwell up on this near side, wanted it led towards her, tackles flying in. Still full-blooded at this stage. You're just mentioning had been a regular in the national side, playing that holding role. Loves to get on the ball, comes very deep, but the change in formation and management as well, with a slightly different approach, has been in and out of the team. Parlin's been preferred, and it's a super pass from her to find Wilson. A little bit unfortunate that it ricocheted off the Croatian defender. She was eager to get the ball across this near side of Maxwell. Looks like it is going to make its way across with Wade now. McCarran. And McParnan.
See what Casey Howe was trying to do there. Emily Wilson just not quite anticipating that little reverse pass back inside.
Another change coming up. We're a long way from the dugout, so I'm just trying to figure out who it is.
Looks like Natalie Johnson. Could be a straight swap into left back, possibly for Lauren Wade. She might opt to push Lauren Wade a little bit higher. Maybe replace Danielle Maxwell.
So a first international appearance for number 21, Natalie Johnson. Replaces Casey Howe to make her debut at this level. Set piece for the home side. Midway through the first period of extra time, taken short, trying to catch out Croatia, fisted away from the goalkeeper. Well defended his second time of asking. Wade keeps the pressure on, and Croatia just about clear.
Yeah, so what we thought, Lauren Wade will push up into that preferred left wing position. Danielle Maxwell coming back out to the right hand side, and Natalie Johnson just slotting in at left back, where she's been playing for Nottingham Forest over the past 2 seasons.
Her first involvement as Rudolitz tries to take it down. Intelligent pass inside for Croatia. Rulic through the middle. Slightly behind her, but it's Josak. Might be tempted to have a go. Josak deflected and just wide. Burns was scrambling across. You can see by Josak's reaction, it was the duo of Rulic and Josak, the two players who have found the net more than anyone else for this Croatian side.
Yeah, again, Northern Ireland are a little bit ball focused in that one. Once the ball comes from right towards the left, they get caught out a little bit. She does well to cut back onto that right hand side and get the shot off, and Jackie looked confident that it was going wide, but I wasn't so confident from here.
More defending to do. Again, the 6-yard area packed. So many bodies in there. And over the top, it was the near post run from Josak again, who managed to squeeze her way through. I don't think I can recall seeing as many players in a 6-yard box for a set piece. Oh, it's a lovely touch from Wilson. Right into the stride of Wade. She's continued to run Wilson behind two Northern Ireland players, and there's a clash just on the edge of the penalty area between Maxwell and her opponent. Referee happy enough to let play continue. Fresh legs of McCarran meant that she got there first. McKenna darts past a couple.
Just with that chance, you just really want a midfielder to be arriving on the edge of that box just for a first-time shot. Like you said, brilliant by Emily Wilson. Great awareness to find Lauren Wade, and just with the pull back the way it falls, you just expect one of your midfielders to be arriving there. Chloe McCarran's getting there, but it's much too late.
So often down the years, it's maybe been the likes of a Marissa Callahan or a Furness or a player that got making that late run. Very late in the game as well. It's been a long night for both sets of players. Although Maxwell has been relentless, not just on the ball but off it. She's been throwing herself in the path of the Croatian players throughout the evening.
Yeah, I love to see that. Really gritty and determined for both Maxwell, and then afterwards Louise McDaniel getting involved as well, and you're going to need that. That sort of stuff lifts everybody, it lifts the crowd.
Here's McDaniel going in chase. Defender taking no chances at all over on the far side. Oh, whistle hasn't sounded. Still hasn't sounded. Croatia stop. Can Northern Ireland take advantage? Referee in dialogue with the player who was on the ground who wanted the free kick, shook her head and provided Northern Ireland with a chance to attack. It's certainly been a battle out there. Bacic. Those are the kind of mistakes you tend to see in extra time. That's just a pass that normally Kajevic would have gotten the end of, but it's been relentless right from the first whistle here. McPartney edging towards the end of this first period of of extra time in this second leg of the Euro 2025 round 1 playoff. Weir. McPartlin. Options outsider. McKenna. It's a poor challenge. And another free kick over in that far side.
Yeah, it's a cynical one. I feel like that could have been a booking as well.
Kanjevich started to look a little bit weary in this first period of extra time. It's a couple of mistakes from her. Almost the end of this first period. Free kick doesn't beat the first player. Then a mistake from Maxwell. Holloway quickly across and snuffs out the danger, and there was considerable danger with Rudelich through the middle.
Yeah, read that situation really well, Rebecca Holloway.
Lifted in. Bahic gathers. Croatia trying to make a change. Can Croatia find the breakthrough? Effort on goal. It's somehow kept out. Somehow. It was Nat Johnson, the substitute, who seemed to be the calmest person in Windsor Park when the ball drifted across the goal line. It looked as if it was going to be the opener. Croatia had a player on the overlap who fired into the middle after good work from Krasaric. All it needed was the faintest of touches, but Johnson was back and saved Northern Ireland. What an impact on her debut for the defender. Time stood still in Windsor Park. Tanya Oxleby feared the worst, I'm sure. But Northern Ireland somehow survived, and it is still scoreless after 15 minutes of extra time. How did that stay out, Cara?
I think the fact that there's not as much pace on the ball actually really saves Nat Johnson there. I think, like, initially she gets the touch and almost puts it into her own net, and I really feared the worst for her there, but she does well to get back and just get a foot behind the ball before it crosses the line.
This is that earlier chance. The pull back. Nobody there. In green. We played 15 minutes of extra time, 15 more to go, and then potentially penalties after that. Northern Ireland didn't create a huge amount despite some promising moments in that opening period. This was almost the telling one. Burns got a hand in it, and then it was Johnson, as you say, who
I think initially
was a little bit fortunate but got away with it.
It comes initially on the edge of the box. I just really don't think we've put enough pressure on them at the edge of the box. We know that they're willing to shoot from range, but just a little bit standoffish there, and it allows them to play that ball through and then get the shot off.
A quarter of an hour remaining. And then we go to penalties. Croatia trying to make a change. They're trying to make it for a few minutes now. They still can't. They're still trying to make the change. I think referees maybe been informed of it now, but there's no sign of the board yet. And
I think she's saying the way that she's taking.
I think the kickoff.
The kickoff, yeah.
I think that the fourth official expected it was because there was going to be a change, and the referee said that the kickoff wasn't legal instead. So eventually the change happens, and it's a player who's had a massive impact in this game. It's a midfielder, Krasaric, who was involved in that effort right at the end of the first period of extra time. Arguably the best player on the pitch up to this point, and is going to be replaced by Lubina. Northern Ireland will be glad to see the back of Krasaric. An all-action performance from the midfielder. Maxwell. McCarran. McKenna. Closed down quickly. You feel that the duo on this right-hand side, and McKenna and Maxwell, are probably the most likely combination to try and find a breakthrough, given their energy and quality in the ball. Here is McKenna. Another throw in for the home side. Croatia again stopped, thinking it was a free kick. Infringement goes against Maxwell.
It's actually really well defended in the end, uses her body really well. Referee was right to play the advantage, but
Jelenic, number 3, probably has been the best of the Croat defenders.
Yeah.
But just there, I think Croatia thought there was a free kick given it and stopped, and Maxwell didn't. Josak. Flag stays down. Rudelic. Cut back doesn't quite work out. Second opportunity, not a chance on goal. And is it Johnson again? He full underfoot on it.
I think between Johnson and Holloway, yeah, I think they both managed to get some.
Given away by Northern Ireland. Croatia continue to attack. Another let-off. How many chances will Croatia create without scoring? Yet another one.
Yeah, it's a really, really good pick out. Really good run into the channel, times it perfectly, great way to pass. Again, does well with the initial phases cut out by Rafferty, but the cutback is perfect. But
there's 6 Northern Ireland players inside their own penalty area, but nobody's closing down to only Croatian.
Yeah, and
that is an area of concern.
Yeah, again, that's what sort of alluded to a little bit. It's just been unable to sort of get enough pressure on the ball, but body's in the right area. In terms of your box dominance, yes, you need players in the 6-yard box, but you've got to have midfielders tracking runners and being able to step out to stop the shot on the edge of the 6.
Have you been in a scenario like this where it maybe hasn't happened for you, but the other team have created chance after chance, haven't taken them? And is there a point where you feel this is going to be our night?
Maybe it's our night, yeah.
That though seems a long way away right now, because it's Croatia coming again, and Hoselak takes one in the face. That will have certainly hurt, with Jackie Burns only a couple of feet away. Hoselak closing down the goalkeeper. Mentioned the fact that she's been away from the international fold for 5 years due to combinations of unavailability and injuries as well. So it's an emergency call to bring her back in for this one. The goalkeeper just about gets away with it. Not happy with the subsequent challenge from Emily Wilson. The fans not happy with the action of the goalkeeper, but seconds continue to tick down. McCarran. Good win today for the Northern Ireland under-17 side. 3-1 winners against Scotland. Managed by Andrew Waterworth. Gareth McCauley also involved. A lot of young talent in that lineup, and we're watching this evening, willing the home side here to score a goal. McCarran, little burst of energy, finds Wade, fired at goalwards, tipped over the top. McDaniel was lurking if Bahic couldn't deal with the effort from Wade.
Yeah, it's a superb effort from Lauren Wade. We've seen her do this so many times. It's a really difficult angle, and it's pretty far out to attempt something like that, but forces a goalkeeper into a really good save.
Good play from McCarran initially as well.
Yeah, I thought she'd actually held on to it too long, that she wasn't going to be able to release Lauren Wade.
Can they find a moment of magic? Wilson, back to McCarran. Maxwell once more, plays it in. First ball's dealt with. Wade! What a finish! What a moment for Lauren Wade! What a moment for this Northern Ireland side! They've been frustrated for 113 minutes. Haven't been at their best. Soaked up pressure, but could that be the winner?
And we just said it maybe 5 minutes ago, whenever things aren't going your way, you're not at your best. The other team has created the better chances, and it could just be your night, and it just falls beautifully for Lauren Wade. Really difficult chance. The initial ball into the box from Maxwell isn't the greatest. Again, only half cleared. And you knew the second that it leaves her foot, you know where it's going. Came close just before the corner. And it's a beautiful strike into the top corner. Unbelievable finish from Lauren Wade.
It's a super hit from Wade. Her 14th international goal. And she's scored a couple of special ones in those 14 for Northern Ireland's number 14. It's a minute 114 and Northern Ireland now have to see this out. Mentioned all of those chances for Croatia. And the balance of play Northern Ireland should be behind. But that Wade effort could prove to be the winner. The goal that sends Tanya Oxtoby's side through to the next round. Now, how do you approach the next 4.5 minutes?
Run the clock down, take the ball to the corner, play in the right areas, try and play as much as you can in their final third, make them be on the retreat as much as possible.
Wilson,
Or find a second
would
one.
finish it. Still Wilson, still going. Oh, squirmed away through 2 or 3 defenders, just couldn't get an effort on goal.
Oh, she was always reaching. It was just running away from her at every moment. She didn't quite have it under control. But she's got such great feet, Emily Wilson. So tricky. And like I said, I think her coming into this game has really just given Northern Ireland a different spark.
It's route 1 from Croatia and doesn't work out. Jackie Burns is gonna take her time, also took some contact.
Well, she can waste her own time here, or she can get up.
Referee wasn't having any of it. Croatia trying to make a change. Suddenly, they need a goal. Struggling to get out of their own half now. Work it well towards Lubina. Johnson. She'll certainly remember her international debut if it ends up like this, with her 2 telling interceptions. Tanya Oxtoby trying to get her message across.
And it might just be a little bit of a tweak in shape now. Just a slightly more negative one, just to shore them up. It might be a 4-5-1 or a 4-4-2 possibly.
As long as the ball is in that area of the pitch, they won't be too concerned. McCarran. Rafferty plays it forward. Croatia running out of time. Working it on this near side. Dordic. Another substitute on in Vrahovic, who's gone straight up top. Emily Wilson keeping the defender honest. Pushing off the ball. Plenty of bodies back for Northern Ireland. McPartland doesn't want to take any chances, finds Maxwell. Wilson, she loses out. No free kick. Into the final minute of the 120. McKenna still has a presence of mind to take it down. It's all about game management now. Northern Ireland trying to make a change, eat up a few seconds. I think it's Kelsey Burrows they're getting ready to bring on. And we've played, or we're about to play, the final minute of the second period of extra time. We've hit 120 minutes. Northern Ireland still trying to make the change. Norway await. 2 minutes. Home side are going to take their time over this throw-in. It's Burrows for Maxwell. Northern Ireland have soaked up here. So much pressure.
Don't risk the ball.
They need to get the ball to the corner. They need to hold on to it and try and find a way to stop Croatia. Good challenge from McCarron. Looks down the line. It's going to run out of play, but it's going to eat up a few more seconds. This is it. Croatia have to score from this attack. Everybody back for Northern Ireland. Played in. And into the safe hands of Burns, who is going to lie in that ball as long as she can. McKenna's down. Sure, cramp will start to set in now. Tanya Oxtoby walks across towards her substitutes. The bench has played a big role tonight. Burns goes long. Referee looks at her watch. Wilson, she's going to take it towards the corner. It's Wade's winner in a late show for Northern Ireland. A stunning strike in the second period of extra time on a nervy night for Northern Ireland. Send them through to play Norway. Croatia created countless chances but weren't able to convert. Wade's brilliant strike, though, the difference between the sides. A big hug from the captain. And it's all smiles, Cara, on a night that was certainly tough for a long, long period.
Absolutely. You know, playoff games, they're never easy. Yes, on paper, you look like you go in as the favourites, and Northern Ireland were confident going into these two games, but across the two legs, it's taken every single one of the squad. It's taken a massive effort and humongous character in both games to come up late. It just shows how important that equaliser was out in Croatia to set up this game tonight. A much improved performance from Croatia tonight, give them credit. They probably deserved to win the game in normal time, but it shows you again, if you aren't clinical, it can come back to bite you. It has done for us so many times in the past, but tonight it is our night.
Sometimes when you're not at the best, it takes something special, and that strike was something special, wasn't it?
Absolutely. You know that Lauren Wade's got that in her locker. She's scored some absolutely unbelievable goals for Northern Ireland down through the years, and yeah, this was worthy to win any game.
Second phase, as Croatia thought they'd cleared the ball, but Northern Ireland kept the pressure on, and well, that's unstoppable from Wade. The goalkeeper rooted to her spot.
Yeah, goalkeeper doesn't even know that it's gone in until it hits the back of the net. I don't think she even sees it until very late. But I think we didn't overly look like scoring from open play, so I think a set piece was probably going to be our best chance.
a goal worthy of winning any game from Wade. Look at the reaction from the players. A moment to remember for them. Difficult for Croatia, given their performance, given the opportunities they managed to create here. But Northern Ireland leave Windsor Park with a win on the night and on aggregate. They go through to round 2 of the playoffs, where they will face Norway. It doesn't get much tougher than that. All smiles for Tanya Oxtoby and her players. It took extra time, but Northern Ireland found a way through. The final score in this Euro 2025 playoff after extra time. It is finished. Northern Ireland 1, Croatia 0. A 2-1 victory on aggregate for the home side. Those supporters still waving their flags, but will leave Windsor Park disappointed. And Norway up next?
Yeah, just Norway up next once again. Look, I think for where we are in this journey, it's massive to be in the second stage of a playoff. I said earlier about it's been difficult to try and balance, you know, a squad in transition, plus try and get results and win games. And look, we're trying a lot of different things. It is a process. We're trying to take a lot of information on and build it under a new manager. I know she's been in the job for a year, but this stuff really takes time, and we've got to give it time, and we've got to be patient. We know we can't have outstanding performances in every single game, but look, we're sticking to our identity, you know, that has got us to where we are, and that's grit, and that's determination and character, and those things never die and haven't been lost in this Northern Ireland team, whilst we're trying to, yes, play maybe a slightly different style of football. And I think you can see, you know, with the players that are coming in, everybody's still willing to put a shift in and do their job for the team and for the squad, and everybody that's come in and played a role over these past couple of games. Like, you look at Nat Johnson tonight coming in, and Tanya's got the trust in her to put her out on the pitch on a big stage on a huge night with such high stakes, and she produces a moment like that.
Any chance of you being back?
For the second game, I think it's going to take a little bit longer than that, but look, I have full faith and full confidence in whoever comes in, that they'll do the job.
On paper, it doesn't get much more difficult than Norway, especially over 2 legs. Do you give Northern Ireland any chance, or how do you approach that game if you're Tanya Oxtoby?
Yeah, there's no doubt this is going to be our toughest test to date. I think the only games under Tanya that I could liken this to is maybe the Portugal game. I think we were maybe slightly undone in the first game in the way that we set up. We were maybe a little bit naive to go out and away from home, maybe be a little bit too open and front-footed and try and get something from the game. But I think the way that we tweak things from that game, and we learn for the second game, and we give them a run for their money at Mourneview Park. And it'll be interesting to see whether maybe that's a place that we might get more success rather than here at Windsor Park. But look, those are the small details and the finer things that you'll look at closer to the time. But I think there's always a confidence and a belief in this team that will give anybody a run for their money, and we just need to make it really as difficult as possible for them.
I think we've seen about 30 replays of this Lauren Wade goal, but it's a super strike that proved to be the winner on the night in this 1-0 victory. Northern Ireland needed extra time, but Lauren Wade and that left foot emphatically put them through to round 2 of the playoffs for Euro 2025. Final score here at Windsor Park as we look at what is coming up. Derry City Shelbourne on Friday on Sounds and on Radio Foil. Cliftonville Crusaders on the iPlayer, and Sports Sound on air from 2 o'clock on Saturday. But that is about it. A long, long night at Windsor Park. 120 minutes of football, but Northern Ireland have edged it thanks to Wade's winner. Final score here, Northern Ireland 1, Croatia 0. Tanya Oxtoby side win 2-1 on aggregate.